Ok.
No,
Sì.
forse è quello che so.
Ok.
Okay, so you have, let's say,
yeah.
I don't know how much time you are going to deserve to the presentation, but since it's 15 and 15, it's going to be 30 minutes plus some minutes for the final discussion and assessments.
Sì. No. Sì, sì. Ah, sì, ok. Come si fa?
Io non ho neanche il
Fai
Mac.
CTRL.
Non sarà mai.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today. We are delighted to present you our paper, which is titled Sustainable Event Management, a Comparative Analysis of Protocols and Music Festivals. This paper is the result of a joint effort between the Politecnico di Milano and Politecnico di Torino as part of Alta Scuola Politecnica. Let's first consider introduce an overview of what the presentation is going to be about. We will start with an introduction on the problem that we focused on, then we will move on to the research objectives. We will define the methodology that we followed, and then we will analyze the comparative finding that the paper is based on, and we will draw on some conclusions. So, first of all, we have that music festivals are facing growing pressures to reduce their environmental impact. According to a study, a survey conducted by Bucks University with A Greener Future, we have that almost 50% of the attendees are willing to pay a higher price for the tickets of a festival if they are greener. And 90% of them consider organizers to be guilty for the negative carbon footprint of festivals. And there are some sustainability efforts that are already in place, but these are highly fragmented and lack the transparency required. Certifications and protocols do exist, but the adoption is not widespread, and festivals often prefer coming up with their own practices and measures. So it is difficult nowadays to tell apart real commitment from greenwashing. So what are the research objectives? First of all, we wanted to analyze the state of the art. So the current sustainable practices that are deployed by festivals, and then understand and analyze the gaps that exist between the theory, namely the protocols, the existing protocols, and the real life applications. And then we will define what we consider to be the best practices adopted by festival and propose some improvements to define a unified sustainability framework. The approach is a qualitative one, and the scope of the analysis focused on 10 festivals and 4 sustainability protocols. The sources are mainly reports, official websites, and institutional documents, and the tools that we deployed were mainly checklists and comparison grids. The focus of the analysis was the European continent with a specific emphasis on the Italian region. And the goal of our research, as we mentioned before, was to identify the best practices, the key gaps, and some strategic implementations for a shared framework.
Okay. Now let's go through the first main core part of our study, that are the 4 sustainability protocols. These 4 protocols has been selected because they are structured framework to help the organization and the execution of the festival to minimize the social and environmental impacts of not only festivals, but also cultural events. These 4 festivals are the European Green Festival Roadmap 2030, the Green Festival and event through sustainability tenders, the guidelines on sustainability event organization, and the guide to sustainable events. Starting from the European Green Festival Roadmap 2030, it has a focus on a long-term cathedral thinking and shared responsibilities. And the 7 areas that they are focused on are energy, waste, food, water, transport, strategy, and community. Going through the Green Fest, it was interesting for us the fact that it includes the reward system, this CO2 offsetting, the food recovery, and the sustainability certifications. About the guidelines on sustainability event and organization, it's a practical framework for sustainability events of any sites, and it has a focus on inclusivity. In fact, it uses a gender neutral language, representation, and caregiving support. The last one, the guide to sustainability event, it covers a full event cycle to reduce environmental, social, and economic impacts, and it's interesting because it offers practical tools like checklists, offsetting tips, and local business support. Now we can go through the festivals.
Yeah, so the second part of our research focused on analyzing some case studies of music festivals. We chose to present 10 European music festivals, and we analyzed them following some categories that we found in the protocols, which are the transparency of the data the festivals produced, then the energy, waste, food, water, and mobility. These festivals are mainly in Europe, but they also differ in size and in days of duration. So I will go through some brief highlights on each one of them. So the Boom Festival in Portugal is really famous because it has a great water recycling with the nearby sea. So they're famous for, in general, using renewable energy and also not producing too many water excess. The Cambridge Folk Festival in the UK uses fully plant-based food and also promotes train discounts to involve visitors coming with public transport. The Ciclope Festival in Berlin is a smaller music festival, but they use a lot of recycled materials for the stage designs, and they also mainly do vegetarian or vegan food. The Digital Festival is one of the best in the world, and as they fully use renewable energy, and they also every year they share an annual sustainability roadmap, so all the data is very transparent and public. They also have a tool for visitors to check how much CO2 they produce coming to the event and just involving them to find a better solution. The Diluvio Festival, it's a smaller festival still in Italy, but they are trying to go towards a more sustainable approach. They use LED lights, compost the food waste, and also promote bike sharing. Festambiente, it's a medium-sized festival, but they have an energy efficient setup, and they also are very transparent with their data. The Massive Attack Bristol in concert that took place in Bristol, UK. Actually, they worked with the Tyndall Center and they produced a protocol themselves following all the efforts that they took in their own concert. The Paradise City Festival in Belgium, it's also promotes a lot of night trains to, let's say, not focus on car transport, and they use recycled materials, reusable cups, and reusable tableware. Terraforma in Milan also is famous because they recycle materials for their stage design. They, for example, used wood from fallen trees to build the whole stage and the set design. We Love Green in France is a bigger size festival with 80,000 attendees each year. and they use dry toilets to save water and also have a no car parking policy. So we then created a table to just compare them and see them side by side. And as you can see, not all festivals focus on each area, but they kind of focus on weight, water, energy, mobility. But the initiatives are mostly, as you can see, mostly implemented are, for example, reusable cups and LED lights.
Okay, after conducting these deep analyses, we were able to uncover some key insights that guided our research forward. First of all, we have that most festivals do publish their own sustainability reports, but they seem to lack what we can define long-term strategies. And only 40% of them, so only 4 out of 10, were deploying some smart energy monitoring systems. Few of them collaborate with research institutions like universities or research centers for assessing their impact. Basically, all the festivals were considering only the environmental part of sustainability, leaving out the social and inclusivity aspects. 6 out of 10 were able to prioritize local and seasonal food. And when it comes to engaging the audience, most of them didn't commit to include and involve them into the sustainability discourse. So the common best practices, as already highlighted by the table before, were reusable cups, no single-use plastics, and advanced waste sorting. And when it comes to energy, most of them used renewable energy and LED lighting. 8 of them were able to disincentivize the use of cars, and other 6 out of 10 restricted the access to parking. More in general, there was a lack of standardized reporting systems that limited the progress. So we were able to draw 7 main conclusions. First of all, we have that there are some consistent gaps between protocol and the real-life implementations by festivals. It is necessary to identify some clear long-term targets and a stronger way of measuring the impact. It is necessary to now include the social and inclusivity aspects of sustainability and to involve the attendees into the sustainability discourse. The practices that show the highest potential were waste, energy, food, and transportations. And nowadays, there are no standardized reporting systems, which are instead essential for future progresses. And finally, we have that festivals should adopt a more integrated and strategic long-term based approach. So that was all for the first part of our research, which focused on the literature review. Now I will leave the floor to Giacomo, which will discuss how we used this research to identify a standardized unified framework for sustainability protocols.
Great. So now we should have another presentation. Is it straight after this one? Issues? Great. So thank you once again for everything, for giving us the possibility to be here and presenting this beautiful city. The second big step of our project, it's called Music Meets Sustainability, First Steps Towards a Framework for Greener Future. And of course, a quick outlook of the outline. We're going to start with an introduction, then we're going to explain the research gaps and the methodology, and then, of course, a brief conclusion to wrap things up. So why focus and why we focused on music festivals? Basically, they are a very fun thing, amazing thing that humans do, and we want them to be sustainable. They are a big, very significant energy-consuming events in the full community, in the world community, and also the transportation of attendees and artists is very energy-consuming. So there's a growing awareness about being sustainable and being conscious about this kind of themes. In the UN and the European Union, the last big deal was the European Green Deal that has a specific part about integrated sustainability. So our initiative was developed, again, in collaboration with Alta Scuola Politecnica and the Miami Festival in Milano, which gave us the possibility to test several things and to do surveys on the festival that my friends will explain later. So let's see, what is the Miami Festival? It's an amazing, very crazy festival that I want you to attend in Milan. It's every year, so in May, and basically it takes place in Italo Scalo every year. Again, about 23,000 participants per year in usually 2 or 3 days, and we had the possibility to go there and to be in the backstage and to interview artists, audience, and collect informations. And it focused mainly on independent music, but it has a very cool music selection. So again, go there. And so what are the research gaps and objectives for the paper? And again, we analyzed the state of the art, and there are several frameworks and best practice protocols, but again, they are either too general or superficial and qualitative, or they are proprietary and non-transparent. You have to pay to look at them, you have to pay to use them. And they are also, of course, difficult to replicate if you have to pay. And so our goals were to create a sustainability framework that was quantitative, data-driven, and of course, publicly available for everyone and easy to use to try to improve transparency, benchmarking, and continuous improvement in the whole industry.
Yeah, thank you, Giacomo. So how did we work? The followed process is declined in 3 sequential steps. The first is the data collection, declined in a grid literature review, which then my colleagues explained before, and interviews at survey. We submitted at Miami Festival of 2024, so the last year, and then meetings with the experts, especially like an ornithologist, to evaluate the impact on the animals there in the area, and also meetings with other experts from other protocols sensitive sustainability in Italy. The second step is the framework development. So the development of sustainability metrics, we will discuss deeply later, and from that, the development of indicators, and so validate them through workshops. And the first step, which is going to happen very soon, hopefully, is validation and dissemination of the protocol and the tool itself. So first with a pilot application at the Miami, and then with a market diffusion. So as I said, the data collection step was carried out in 2 parallel binaries. The first one is a grid literature review, and the second one was the submission of interviews and survey. On one end, then, we were able to analyze and identify the most common criteria and most common practices of festivals around Europe. And on the other end, we were able to connect the theoretical aspects we investigated to the practical reality and also the needs of the organizers and the stakeholders of the festival themselves. So then we identified the criteria, we defined some specific indicators, which are actually, they didn't submit it already, but they're going to be submitted to validation of some experts involved in the sector. And so the sustainability framework will be developed. How does the tool work? The tool assesses the overall sustainability of the festival, of the music event, assigning it an overall sustainability score. This latter is defined as the weighted linear sum of different subscores assigned to different categories, impact categories, which are these ones. So emissions, energy, materials and waste, food and beverage, travel and transport, water, and community and biodiversity. Each category has 1 or more indicators to define it. And these indicators are given specific weights according to the importance of a specific indicator and its relevance to the overall sustainability of the festival, overall impact of the festival. The weights in particular were given according to the report of A Greener Future of 2024, so the last year, very recent, and they analyzed 40 festivals around 11 countries in Europe, and they analyzed medium-sized festivals, small-sized festivals, and large-sized festivals, so like from few thousands to hundreds of thousands of attendees, and also in rural areas and rural areas and urban areas, so very broad spectrum of analysis. and they identified the share of each impact category to the total emission, the total carbon footprint of the festival. And as we can see in the graph, the 41.4% of the total carbon footprint is related to audience transport, followed by approximately 32% of food and beverage, and then it follows artist transport accommodation, then other obviously impact categories such as production, transport, waste, water and sewage, and others. So let's focus first on the data we collected by our own field activity, starting from the interviews. We had the possibility to have a dialogue and a discussion with 30 interviewees, subdivided in 17 staff members and 13 artists. And the dialogue was structured in 15 questions across 4 categories, which were the Miami Festival in general information about the interview, suggestions and sustainability itself in a broad sense. And it emerged in general like a care about the sustainability and also an awareness about the problem, and also some suggestions, like more than half would like more recycling points, on those suggestion about the use of exclusively biodegradable materials, on those agreements with the local authorities for public transport, and also requests, for example, for car sharing, being the Euroscalo area not so central to Milan. So that was important. And also moving on to the survey, we submitted it in 2 ways. One way was by us at the festival itself, and the other way was like shared on social media of the festival itself at the end of the event. And we were able to reach 720 approximately responses. This time the survey was divided in 5 sections, which you can read there, and 25 sections, which which were both closed and open questions. And also here emerged that we were aligned with the staff members about the importance of sustainability and awareness about the problem, and that 70% consider themselves informed about sustainability. And also a very important data for us and also for the organizers of the event was that 20% of them is vegetarian or vegan. And this was important to communicate because they took actually action about this, and they implemented like vegan or vegetarian food truck at the event this year at 2025. Also, the suggestions here are regarded by enhancing recycling amenities, incorporating biodegradable materials, and promoting sustainable merchandise.
Perfect. Thank you, Salvatore. Now let's focus on the second path that is a bit more theoretical. So analyzing the grey literature, doing a sort of literature review. This was done thanks to the research that was already presented by my colleagues, but also thanks to a sustainability matrix. The sustainability matrix is a matrix which have, of course, 2 sides. The first side is the sustainable dimensions that are energy, materials and waste, food and beverage, travel and transport, water, community and biodiversity, that is taken from the European Green Festival roadmap by Europe. While on the other side, we have the different protocols that are publicly available regarding the sustainability inside the music festival. Most of them are already the dimensions and the protocols. We had what are the most common criteria, what are the best practices, what are the actions that are taken inside the music sector. These are a short list of what we find out, at least the most common one. And maybe between the most interesting one, we can see, for example, the upcycling of the materials that are used during the festival that can be reused for the next year, the following years, also for another purpose, or also the elimination of single-use cups and cutlery, or providing free drinking water and facilities. So from this more theoretical path and putting it together with the path that is a bit more practical with the interviews, with the survey of Miami 2024, we can finally arrive to the development of the framework. So there is a total of 14 indicators. It's important to say that it's still a draft, so it's still work in progress. And most of them are quantitative, so our main aim is to calculate and measure them in a quantitative way, but when some information may be lacking or is a bit more difficult to track them, we choose a more qualitative approach. In total, there are 7 categories. The 6 are the one that I already mentioned, while the 7 is a bit more general, that is emission monitoring and communication. So let's get to the indicator quickly one by one. The GHG emission intensity probably is the main indicator, as it calculates the total GHG emission divided by the number of festival participants. So it's a sort of proxy of the total sustainability of the festival, but also maybe the most difficult also to calculate. Then there is the sustainability communication that measure how the best practices and actions are communicated during pre and post festival. Then focusing on energy, we have energy intensity, so the total energy consumption divided by the number of participants and the share of renewable energy. So from the supply of all energy, what is the percentage deriving from renewable sources? Then we have the recycling rate, so the percentage of total waste directed to cycling over the total amount of waste, and then also the waste generation intensity, that is the average waste generated by participants. Then also we have a food and beverage sector that is much important. Also from the interviews, we find out that Salvatore said that is almost 20% of people were vegetarian and vegan. So we calculated also, we wanted to calculate also the percentage of vegan and vegetarian option over the total amount. And then also this is a more qualitative indicator, that is the availability of compostable cutlery and reusable cups. Following, there is probably one of also a very big important category, because it's one of the most impactful in the carbon footprint of all the festival. That is the GHG emission intensity from audience transport, that is calculated by calculating the total transport emission divided by the number of participants, and then also an indicator that tells about the initiative related to sustainable transportation. Then we have the free water access for participants, counting the number divided by participants, and also the water consumption intensity. Finally, as the last category, we focus on community and biodiversity. So this is, of course, a sort of must-have of all festivals, the possibility that people with disability can get around all the perimeter of the event, and then also we can count and study what are all the biodiversity initiatives to preserve, monitor, and enhance local flora and fauna. So what's next? What is missing? First of all, of course, is to define and ultimate this list of indicators. For each of them, create and calculate a value function. So in order to give a score between 0 and 100, and also calculate the threshold. What is the percentage that is good, acceptable, or bad? Then, of course, also to aggregate all them all together, and then validate them through some workshop with experts and key stakeholders, and finally to introduce them the framework to the market.
All right, so we know it's hard to wrap your hand around this. So we got an example here of an indicator, one of the main ones, the greenhouse gas emission of audience transport. So how do you calculate it? It's a pretty basic weighted average. So you take the share of people that went to the festival with different kind of public transportation or bicycle, different kind of transportation categories. You can investigate this with a survey at the festival. Then you multiply that by the average distance every attendee has from his house to the festival, and multiplied by then the efficiency factor, the emission factor, of course, the different emission factors for different transportation methods, from bicycle, which is 0, to airplane, which is 123. So again, once you calculate this weighted average, you have the total emission of the festival, which in our case was 5 tons of CO2 equivalent. And then you can calculate the per capita emissions of the festival by dividing, of course, by the total audience in the 3 days. And then you can translate that into a score, which we specifically created for this kind of indicator. And in that scale, you can see that a score of 50 out of 100 is equal to 8.4. And you can see that if everyone came by bike, you would have a score of 100. So again, this is a kind of very quick example on how we calculate the indicators, which we will do in the next steps of the project. So to wrap things up, we have a conclusion. Of course, key takeaways. Festivals have a very high sustainability potential, and also a very big potential to influence to get influence on people to spread the word, let's say, to have more influential people caring about the environment and sustainability in general. Of course, this study proposes, again, our first accessible quantitative framework, and that we hope will be publicly available for every festival and publicly and widespread used, of course. And again, it includes several kind of indicators, which I'm not going to repeat, but you can see them there, and I'm not going to be repetitive. And we have to design to be practical, of course, data-driven, quantitative, and adaptable, of course, to different kind of festivals. We're going to, of course, indicate some limitations for the project. The main one, of course, is the effort that festival organizers has to put into measuring stuff. It's very hard to get weight to do surveys in the audience, to calculate emissions. It's a very hard bargain that festival organizers have to bear, but it's necessary. Another limitation is, of course, the English-only format for now. So maybe this will change, but for now, maybe Asian festivals will be we find our hard time with that. And again, the lack of a global unit of standardization, and in general, different units for different countries. But this is kind of in every field of science in general. So thanks again. This were our project, and thank you. So questions.
The presentation was very clear, so thank you very much for your final output that you presented to our guests here. So I don't know if there are any comments about the work that the students have developed.
Yeah, I have a question that is more clear. So first of all, you did a really good job. Also, the presentation was really clear. I only wanted to ask, how do you define the impact categories? So do you discuss with experts, or you only define these impact categories from the literature review?
No,
As well, how do you measure these indicators? So if you can access to available data, or if you use your interviews and survey to measure these indicators?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So for the dimension, they are mainly from the literature review. They are these 6, and we added a 7th one from sort of experience from seeing. Also wanting to see a more general overview, we also added the 7th one, that is the general one and related to communication. And what was the other question? It was like
measure the indicators.
So basically, there is a protocol that each festival that decides to apply into its own event has to apply it independently and individually. So we give obviously suggestions about which data to collect, how to collect them, like how we did in the Miami Festival, but it's not us working to make the protocol work, but it's them applying itself, the framework to their event.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are some guidelines that we will provide within the tool, but...
And for the data, some of them are publicly available, so for some thresholds. But for example, this one was taken from our survey, so for the on-field research. While when we didn't have that available, we asked for experts in each field.
Yeah, the aim is to have a super autonomous way to measure things. So we're gonna develop at the end of this process clear guidelines. We hope. Extremely clear guidelines, so everyone can use it and have autonomy in calculating all those indicators by themselves. So
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and then the idea is also to create maybe different thresholds according to the dimension of the festival.
And then aggregate in a single score.
Yes.
So thanks for your presentation. So I have a question about if you consider your analysis the interconnection between the surrounding area. So I think that this indicator that you proposed are more specifically the management of the event. Okay, it's okay. When I read sustainability, I'm thinking likewise the sustainability acceptable events. So okay, how I can make this event in order to be accepted by public and private entities. In this perspective, I mean, maybe that these indicators could be related to surrounding area, which are the impacts that these events could affect on the surrounding area, because I think that it will depend on the context of reference.
Sure.
One case if I work in the city, another case I work outside the city center. Maybe so.
Yeah,
the reflections that I thinking that here.
Okay. Thank you for the observation. Yeah, there is also the idea, if we have time, and we managed to do that, to distinguish the indicators as well for like an urban event or a rural event, according also to how people get there and the impact, as you're saying, on the surrounding area.
Yeah.
And the survey we submitted the last year, the Miami 2024, we asked, one of the 25 questions was like, do you think that the Miami Festival is an added value for the city of Milan? And the answer, 70% of the answer were yes. So this could be also an instrument to like understand where the festival is going, if it's accepted and well accepted by the community, mainly from the attendees side. I don't know if it's from the political and like administration side, but yes, for sure, this is something we should could take into account.
Okay.
Cool.
So thank you very much. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So we can move to the third contribution that is going to be presented by Francesco Sica. The contribution is titled Investigating the Factors that Influence the Allocation of Nature-Based Pollution in Italy. So we are moving again on the topic of sustainability issues. And we can go on with this laptop or we can just go check it.
You want to check?
Rosso?
Okay.
Okay. 15 minutes, or we let you know when you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, so thanks to everyone for the possibility to be here. So the content contribution is entitled The Investigation of Many Factors That Can Influence the Location of some Specific Project in a Nature-Based Solution in a Urban Territorial Context. So with work that I made with the Professor Mario Sara Guarini, Francesco Tajani, and Luigi Moreno, is contextualized in a worldwide research project that is focused on the investigation of the principal component analysis that can affect the allocation of some specific investment towards the green transition of a territory. This is a general outline of the presentation. So we will talk about the instrumental perspective to assess the ecological transition. We speak on the importance of the ecological transition, how we can measure and support the accountability of the transition project in general. So we talk about the nature-based solution allocation driver framework. We refer to the so-called transition theory as a principal framework that we could reference for individualizing the main instrumental factor domain that we can use for driving the allocation of this specific solution. We use the principal component analysis for estimating and for measuring the principal factors that can underlining the individualization of nature-based solution in Italian context, and then some specific evidences and recommendation for the green future. So we know that the transition is based on the ecological transition, moves from a financial towards a green point of view. How we can measure and support and bolster the transition of finance in the middle, according to which type of investment, according to which type of project. In this perspective, the transition, we talk about the nature-based solution. This is a periodic table of nature-based solution proposed by the UN in the last month. And we read a first attempt to standardize the classification of nature-based solution that are used for enhancing, for example, the climate resilience integrated with the national adaptation plans. They are specifically focused on informal area. They are proposed for promoting co-benefits in the urban and non-urban context, and are talk about the multi-stakeholder engagement. So they are referred for investigating how we can engage private and public entities in the management of the transition of the territory. So the first research question is about, does the green transition oppose capitalism and advocate for environmental justice? After the implementation of principal component analysis, we read that, okay, the nature-based solution can be supported in accordance to the richnesses of the territory and in accordance to the, but not in accordance with the environmental justice, specifically for the Italian context.
In the literature review scholar, we talk about the transition theory. The transition theory is a theory that you can assume as a reference on the basis for estimating and for analyzing the landscape conflicts between the landscape, the urban context, which are the social technical regime and the determinants that can influence the allocation of some specific investment. In this perspective, the nature-based solution is a bridge that can be used for create a contact point between the landscape development and the technological niches. So which is the better bridge that we can build in order to create a contact point of view between the interests of the landscape with the one that are more related with the social economic factors. In particular, the nature-based solution allocation and implementation are affected by economic environmental factors that we can read in the literature review of a reference. So the second research question is about what trends lines the nature-based solution pursue in the context of our ecological transition. Which are the main rules that we can follow for estimating the allocation of this specific project in the littoral context according to the characteristics, the kind of the characteristics that characterize the urban context of reference. In this perspective, we implemented the principal competence analysis, in particular the Thurston-centroid approach for estimating, for analyzing and individualizing the principal components that affect the allocation of some specific investment. In this perspective, we focus on the Italy context. We realized and surveyed 44 MBS programs in 14 Italian cities by the OPLAB website. And we classified the nature-based solution program according to which type of ecosystem services they are more favorable to be produced. We estimating the regulating, supporting, provisioning, cultural. We are a lot of MBS program according to the concern to regulating and the cultural point of view. There are the figuration in which cities we are specific MBS program. We will read that Milan, Turin are in pole position in this perspective for estimating the nature-based solution and the realization in the urban context specifically. In order to, for individualizing, which are the main components that can rule the individualization and the allocation of the nature-based solution in Italian town context, we estimated the cities according to the ACD database. So from 14 cities, we analyzed a matrix with 7 cities. They are evaluated according to particular factors: population density, urban concentration of the GDP, per-GDP, and the CDI. The CDI is the Sustainable Development Index. So the sustainable development that was proposed by the OECD in terms of how the cities are towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this perspective, we estimated the Sustainable Development Index. And after the implementation of the principal competence analysis, we estimated the GDP and the CDI with the main factors that can influence the allocation of the nature-based solution in the urban context of Italy. We are learned about this configuration. So NBS are more related to urban productivity. So the allocation of the nature-based solution is not connected mainly with the greening of the cities, but the high value of the GDP. So the nature-based solution could be a driver for enhancing the richnesses of the cities. And so it could be competitive technological factors for the cities in order to the connection with the sustainable in the development index. So it could be used for improving the competitivity factors of the cities towards the others in international and not context. And the NBS is connected with the environmental justice. According to the different concentration of nature-based solution in the north to the south, so there is a great challenge about the environmental justice in international context. We read more concentrated nature-based solution in the north, other side in the south, and which are the recommendation for a more equitable and green future. So it could be proper to define the nature-based solution for as a specific subsector of the productive system international level. So it could be referred as a specific sector to be allocated funding for supporting the green transition of the cities. And it could be provided to provide worldwide resilience and environmental risk management policies towards the implementation of nature-based solution, and then employ a nature-based solution against multi-scalar spatial inequality, pro-environmental justice in multi-scaling perspective. So yeah, this is our first result of this research that is going, and so this is all. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think it has been super interesting. Also, we were discussing about some graphical representation of the table of NDS. I think it's super, something that we didn't know. So I think also your presentation enrich our knowledge.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. Yes.
Thank you, Francesco, for your presentation. I will present after you speaking about MBS. So,
Good. Well,
my is not really a question, it's more a question speaking during the coffee break, I would say.
Yeah.
In your opinion, is there a risk for if nature-based solution increase the GDP and probably also the real estate values of the housing close to this green intervention? Is there a risk of, I would say, gentrification of the area where the NBS are taking place in your opinion?
So yeah, I'm working specifically on this aspect. So investigating the correlation maybe between the real estate market increasing or not in connection to the presence of a nature-based solution. Because I think that the basic question is about which is the reason that the nature-based solution are located in that base. Because more or less in Milan, in Turin, there are a lot of nature-based solutions, likely urban parks, urban green area, and so on. I'm surprised in Turin, there are a lot of initiatives towards the pollinator, and so towards in the perspective to enhance the biodiversity, but biodiversity / cultural programs to enhance the environmental sensibility towards the future generations. I had some doubts about the estimation of the economic impacts of nature-based solution for the richnesses of the cities, because the nature-based solutions are not conceptualized as instruments for increasing the GDP. Nowadays, there are attempts to use these instruments, because nature-based solutions are investment / instruments, to be taken into account in the system of national accounting. They are now in progress to remanage the accountability system at national level. And now there is the attempt to use the ecosystem services provided by the nature-based solution into productive system accounting. So I several doubts about the nature-based solution can be used for increasing the real estate market value, for example, not for all the kind of the nature-based solution, but for specifically, urban parks, urban green area, I think, because there are a lot of scholar studies that investigate this relationship. The other kind of nature-based solution, more technological, I don't know, really.
Just curiosity. I'm sorry I missed your presentation, but I have a curiosity to ask you how the urban planning regulations can take into account with this research. From an economic point of view.
Yeah, it's a crucial point because so I participated the NBS sub, the first meeting in Rome, and they talk about the standardization of the measurement to be used for planning and designing a nature-based solution. The nature-based solution is a conceptualization, there is a basic definition in the literature review and so on. And there are a lot of classification types, And so there is a mistake in the standardized nature-based solution in the worldwide context. I think that it could be arrived to a more specific local context to be used for estimating and classifying the nature-based solution, because each context is completely different. Each context has a specific targets to be achieved and to be pursued, and the people are completely different, because one crucial point is to estimate the ecosystem services supply and demand. According to the trade-off, okay, the nature-based solution could be used for covering this trade-off. And in this perspective, the planning could be offer general guidelines, but not more specifically in terms of towards the standardizing the type of nature-based solution to implement in Italy or in Germany and so on. I think that there are a lot of people that are rushing this way in this perspective, but I am some fear that it could be a good way to be followed.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that we can go on with the green certification topic later, because also I have some doubts about it. And also I have a presentation about green certification, so we can go on to the end of the day. So we're going to move to the fourth contribution. So the fourth contribution of this session is going to be entitled Introducing Indicators for Assessing the Readiness of Building for Greening Intervention. It's going to be presented by Lorenzo Viana. I'm going to leave you the floor.
Ci devono check se ci stanno vedendo le cose. Ok. Yes. Okay, you can open.
So 15 minutes, and then I will let you know.
Okay, so good afternoon. I will speak about nature-based solution at a different scale. I'm Lorenzo Diana from the Department of Civil, Building and Environmental Engineering of Federico II in Naples. This is our contribution shared with several colleagues from my department. Why at a different scale? Because we are going to introduce some indicators to understand if some kind of nature-based solution can be applied to a certain existing built environment. My topic comes from the PRIM project, a national founded project, 2022 PNRR, that is shared with University of Catania and Palermo. Several disciplines are involved in our project, so we tried to understand how this gear mechanism, so this is the logo of the project, how this gear mechanism can function, what is behind the activation of this greening intervention. The project comes from the usual background we are living now: the climate change, the risk of floods, urban Thailand, eco-anxiety, the risk of, and the COVID was an example of infectious disease. In my opinion, for several decades, I would say at least for one, we thought that the mitigation of the climate change was the solution, but it was completely an utopia, because we are really now, after 15 years probably of climate change, still there, even at the worst condition. So maybe another based solution in this direction can help us. We should think more about climate change adaptation. That is something a little bit different from mitigation. So we heard before what nature-based solutions are, and with our colleagues, we tried to understand how we can classify this nature-based solution. We tried to define a taxonomy of nature-based solution, starting in organizing them for tangible
for the password
Maria Rosaria, ci senti adesso?
No. Sì, io ora vi sento.
Adesso sì, ok.
Posso sostituire il laptop?
Facciamo il là, sì. Facciamo 5 minuti di pausa perché avevamo avuto questo problema, va bene? Adesso cambiamo il computer un attimo.
Ok.
È presente Antonia, giusto?
Sì.
Ok, perfetto. Allora vi do la presentazione già mia, tutti quasi, così l'avete, io appena ho finito qua vengo da voi. Se no terza.
So good afternoon. Can you hear me from home? Okay. So welcome back to the third session of MES 2025. This session is chaired by me, Federico Dell'Anna, and Marco Rossitti, who joins us virtually. We can start with the first presentation of this session. I invite Antonia Gravagnolo, okay, to connect and share the screen.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I try to share.
Yes, please. Antonia Gravagnolo will present the works titled The Circular Adaptive Reuse Project of Cultural Heritage in Buildings in Salerno, Italy, from abandoned assets to buildings.
Okay,
So
do you see my screen?
Can you put the presentation in full screen?
I have put the presentation in full.
But we see it as not in full screen.
No? Okay.
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay, if you click here.
Now?
No.
You see the PowerPoint screen.
Okay. I try again. I don't know how to make it work, or eventually if you have my slides, you can share it on your screen if I don't manage, because now you see the screen.
Yeah.
Do you see the mouse moving?
Yes.
Okay, then I go in full mode. Do you see it full?
No.
Okay, so maybe you just reduce the the column with the slide. Okay, perfect. So you have 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Can I start?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm glad to join this session with you, even if remotely. And we are grateful with all my colleagues working this work to be accepted for this session. The paper that we presented is focused on the circular adaptive reuse project for a historic building in Salerno, Italy, to go towards a near zero energy building. Let's go to the objectives of the research work. This is a graphic representing the urban regeneration project for the part of the historic center of Salerno. And this is a project involving 4 historic buildings that are abandoned since more than 30 years now. This is a project a design project that was developed during a European Horizon 2020 research action involving 15 partners all over Europe, and also involving the municipality of Salerno and the National Research Council in which I also work. This particular paper is focused on one of those 4 buildings, which is the convent of San Pietro a Maiella and San Giacomo. This is one of the 4. In this particular work, we have focused on the energy retrofit project to renovate and reuse the historic building. So this is included in this part of urban regeneration project, which includes also the green areas and nature-based solutions applied. So a little bit the context and why it is urgent to retrofit and renovate historic buildings using an approach inspired to the circular economy. Actually, buildings are today responsible for 36% of annual CO2 emissions and 40% of energy consumption in the EU. And we need to know that 80-90% of the buildings that will all exist in 2050 as an estimation are already existing today, so are already built today. So if we want to reach the carbon neutral objectives for climate adaptation and mitigation in 2050, as they are the objectives of the European Union, we need to address existing buildings. It is not enough to work on regulations and standards for new buildings, because new buildings are really a little part of all the entire building stock that we will have in 2050. So the adaptive reuse of buildings, and particularly circular economy strategies for the adaptive reuse, provides an approach for not only usual buildings recovery, but also for heritage regeneration. Between all those buildings, cultural heritage buildings are also a big part. And many, let's say almost all of the European cities have historic centers and historic buildings. So we need to address the circular adaptive reuse of buildings also for the historical one. The adaptive reuse is a double approach. On one side, we have the reuse, so with new functions, new uses of the building, not only the technical part. And on the other side, we have the energy retrofit and making those buildings fit for the new regulations of low energy, low consumption buildings. Also, as the circular economy approach includes the reuse and recovery and recycling of all the materials, reducing at minimum the building construction wastes. So it's a whole strategy that takes into account all the different stages of the building and the entire life cycle to make sure that buildings are always reused after their end of life. And for sure, buildings are less likely to be deconstructed, removed, and built again. So we really need to find the solutions, effective and affordable solutions also for the retrofit and recovery of those buildings. So this work conducted with the Pegaso Telematic University and CNR seeks to demonstrate how the principles of circular economy can be applied to historic buildings to transform them into carbon smart infrastructures. So the historic building not only becomes fit for future, let's say, but also it becomes an engine of regeneration, of production of renewable energy, of recovery of water, and many different strategies that can be applied. As historic buildings, we also have the issue of conserving and preserving their cultural value. So this is another point to take into account, because not all the technologies, the materials, and the strategies available for usual buildings are also applicable in cultural heritage buildings. We have heritage authorities, especially in Italy, but all over Europe, that preserve and protect the cultural values for the sake of future generations and for enabling communities to not lose their cultural identity, their cultural values. So it is very important to frame the adaptive reuse and circular economy of historic buildings within an acceptable intervention strategy. So in this work, we designed the application of bio and nanotechnologies, renewable energy integration, and also participatory governance to design the adaptive reuse of those buildings. The goal was to reduce operational carbon emissions, so in the operations phase, enable long-term energy cost savings. So we have an investment, of course, with different technologies and materials to be applied, but we tried to calculate also the cost effectiveness of the interventions based on the cost savings that can be reached. And then turn a neglected monument into a nearly zero energy building, which is a label that is given to buildings that do not consume a lot, and they are near zero net consumption, let's say, of energy, water, materials, and so on. We also wanted to test a model that could be replicated, especially for Mediterranean heritage retrofits. The methodological approach follows a multidisciplinary and also participatory methodology. Here, I don't focus a lot on the participatory part, but there are also previous papers that we published and an entire book published by Springer, which is open access on the circular models for cultural heritage adaptive reuse, which is the result of the Horizon 2020 CLIC project. So I invite you also, if you want to give a further look, to check also the book published. Here we want to focus more on the engineering part, let's say, starting from the idea of adaptive reuse that was coming from the participatory design process. So co-design workshops held with local stakeholders, with people, let's say participants from the local community, which had different backgrounds and profiles between architects.
Sorry, Antonia?
Yes.
Can you hear me? 5 minutes left, okay?
Can you repeat, please?
5 minutes left. Okay.
No, I don't understand. Sorry.
1 minute left.
1 minute.
Presentation.
Okay, so sorry.
Five. Sorry, 5
minutes. Sorry.
5 minutes, no 1.
I try to go. Okay, I try to go quick. So after the participatory design process, we had an idea of the different functions and uses of the building, and the engineering part started to make this building, which is abandoned, a new well-fitting heritage retrofit building. So we applied diagnostic analysis with 3D laser scans, thermographic inspection and physical surveys, integrated planning, circularity assessment through life cycle assessment methods. The envelope of the building and smart materials were explored using nano-insulating plasters, for example, but also hemp fiber panels, which are natural materials that can be applied in a certain way also in the historic buildings, extensive green roofs and photocatalytic paints, just to give some examples of all the different range of materials and technologies that were used. Also, we had circular water and energy management systems designed for the building. Here you see just an example of how water can be retreated, filtered, and reused for ideally infinite times. So rainwater, grey water, black water recovered and reused, but also geothermal heat pump system for supporting energy management, and a system of smart building management integrated with sensors that optimizes indoor comfort and minimizes energy loads. Also, from the point of view of renewable energy integration, we designed photovoltaic tiles, use panels that were dimensioned to maximize solar gains, looking at all the different parts of the buildings, the exposition to the sun, and external surfaces were treated with photoreactive coatings to additional for having additional environmental benefits. So just to go to the conclusions, you have the paper, so if you want to look more in depth into the calculations and the simulations done. This is a simulation project, so it is not yet implemented. However, we demonstrated the cost effectiveness of the solutions and the possibility of transforming a ruin of a building into a modern energy retrofitted building. So renewable energy sources with this kind of intervention will cover 80% of the needs for energy, and operational costs will be reduced by 55% compared with the scenario of no technologies in this sense. So of course this is today a ruin, so we needed to build two scenarios, one of the operational costs without energy retrofit intervention, and one with this investment, and to compare the cost and the benefits. So also savings were strong in cooling and lighting, and annual CO2 emissions dropped compared to the other scenario by 56, contributing directly to EU climate targets. So just to conclude, this intervention delivered quality indoor environments, supports innovation and entrepreneurship also through the new functions and new uses. So if we look at the entire intervention, the entire process also of participatory design workshops to identify the uses of the historic buildings. And also it is integrated into the creation of urban green corridors, so at the urban level, not only at the building level. And finally, this intervention, this design demonstrates how it is possible to merge the needs of heritage conservation with the issues of climate neutrality and circular economy principles. So key enabling factors that we identified include the use of reversible, low impact materials. It is very important, also technologies. It is very important because it is a heritage building, so it should be reversible, every kind of intervention, and full integration of renewables and different kind of renewables which are say connected to each other with energy storage systems, and a participatory and inclusive process that builds social acceptance for this kind of interventions. So I would stop here because of time, but I'm happy to receive any kind of question if you want.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. An applause for you for this nice presentation. So I ask online and in the room if there is any question.
Yes, I have a kind of.
Okay, we have a question from the audience.
I don't hear very well, so just in case, can you repeat?
I come closer to the computer. So I would like to, so since in the conclusion you were mentioning the participation also for the generation of scenarios, so you've been working with people in order to understand the new future right, for the adaptive reuse. Is it correct?
Yes, yes. So
okay. I was wondering if people were actually perceiving the cultural importance, the cultural heritage, so the value added by the building, and also if the scenarios proposed were in line with the current layout, or they were imagining something completely different, also a more transformative scenario for the building itself.
Okay, thank you very much for this question, which is actually very interesting. So the process of participatory co-design was implemented in a number of workshops in which participants were also guided to find solutions that are compatible with the preservation of cultural values and also with the circular economy principles. So participants were aware of the importance, the cultural importance of the buildings, also because these are like symbolic buildings in the city of Salerno, and they are very big. So all the population knows about these buildings. It is impossible to not see them. They are very big and on the top of the city. So they are visible, and the community also has created in over the years different proposals for the reuse and also like committees of citizens for promoting the reuse of those buildings. The issue with the municipality is that the municipality is the legal owner of those buildings. However, it needs a lot of investment, a very big investment to reuse them. And the issue with all this process was to find a compatibility between financial viability of the intervention, social acceptability, cultural preservation, and also environmental issues. So this is a typical, let's say, multi-criteria problem that was addressed by the municipality with the support of the National Research Council. And we also collaborated with the Pegaso Telematic University for the engineering part to put this in place. So the final design was in line with the community wishes and also with those needs. I hope I answered the question.
Professor okay.
I don't see you anymore.
No?
Do you see me? Do you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Now probably I see you again. I'm sorry, but the connection is not really working.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. I'm back. So we can move to the second presentation of this session. Left. Okay.
No, I'm back. Sorry, I had some connection issues.
Okay. This is a second presentation from Professor Martellellolo that share with us a comprehensive literature review, bring together international research to examine the complex relationship between the green space.
Non ci credo, dai.
PDF. No, vabbè, comunque le fonti.
Between green infrastructure and gentrification processes.
Sì, ma tutti. La non è stata registrata, noi diciamo. La presentazione non è stata registrata, è tutta la connessione.
No, io non so più cosa dire.
Faccio vedere che vuoi.
Two minutes.
Loro non sentono.
C'è LibreOffice. Okay, where is the presentation? Okay, we have LibreOffice, so we can try LibreOffice. It should work.
Is the first one.
This one?
Yes.
There is PowerPoint.
No, they said it's
So we can use LibreOffice.
okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ha spaginato tutto. Questo è il PDF, faccio prima.
Certo. Ma non si vede bene?
No, spagina tutto.
Ah, questo sapete adesso io.
Il computer hanno cambiato adesso.
Marta, sorry, the microphone is off.
I think you.
Okay, now we can hear you. Not well, but we can.
si fa qui. No. Presente.
View? No.
Vabbè, faccio così. Ok. Sto tenendo into a preliminary result developing Daniela Maiullari and Martina like just give the context of the research because I've been funded by the ICCSA program that is connecting 5 university, that is Polytechnico, ETH, TU Delft, Gothenburg, and Haken. And this is the idea of trying to share knowledges with the PhD students, visiting researcher, and also professor in order to do this exchange program. And I've been founded for this research, and I found these 2 professors from TU Delft and ETH with which I'm working, and also I'm doing some visiting period. The project is bigger. I'm going just to show you a preliminary part that is more a literature review and also an initial analysis of the spatial area of Rotterdam. Why Rotterdam? Actually, I've been super happy because the team of Rotterdam has been also founded at the University of TU Delft. More university. The research is according to analyze how the climate conditions are going to affect the health of population and trying to overlap some socio-demographic data in order to understand if also there is a correlation with the population, so issues, and of course health disease, especially cardiorespiratory disease when there are of a heat effect, so very high temperature. And the name of the funding project is Converse. And this is what I'm doing. So I'm going to collect data, qualitative and quantitative, for the city of Rotterdam. In Zurich, I've been elaborating data. And now I'm going back to Delft at the end of August, actually, for doing some specific survey in order to understand the analysis, kind of more performative analysis that I'm developing, actually as a correspondence with the perception of people. So in order to understand if actually it is real what I'm analyzing with my computer. So if also people are perceiving this kind of inaccessibility to green spaces. So this is the outline. I'm going to move fast because we already lost some time for the critical issue that we had. I'm going just to give you some definition, just to give you the kind of context on which I'm working. So I'm working on the topic of green gentrification. So understanding if the development of green spaces are going to have an effect on also the condition and also on how people are going to change their actual lifestyles. So what does it mean? If the green areas that actually are going to improve the quality of neighborhood actually are going to affect in a negative way also the actual condition of people. So it's going to kind of put away people that are going not be able to afford anymore, that are not able to afford any more specific condition for what concerns especially the value of the asset, to increase the value of the real estate. I will try to do something. I think they try before to. I'm sharing. I don't know. Start sharing. Entire screen. This one. Share. No, it's not working. Okay. And then how we can kind of solve, or not solve, but try to minimize this impact on the green gentrification. We can do it. It's been mentioned also in the previous session about the environmental justice. What does it mean? That there is a kind of fair distribution of environmental benefit, but how we can then try to solve the problem of the increment of the value of the residential places. And then also the concept of ecosystem services, because we know that benefits that are going to be provided by the natural spaces and the natural capital are going to be under the umbrella of the ecosystem services, because are not only kind of tangible values, but also are the intangible that are considered and given by, let's say, the accessibility and also the cultural preservation of specific spaces. So these are kind of main definitions that are going to be developed and are present within my this research that I'm developing. So the idea is to try to explore the multidimensional impact of green gentrification by comprehensively reviewing recent literature and comparing key findings on environmental justice and socioeconomic dimension. So the idea is to analyze the city of Rotterdam, try to understand according to also temporal scale if new projects have been changed the actual socio-demographic condition of people, try to understand which are the indicators that are mainly and mostly affecting this kind of displacement of people in order to give some new guidelines to the municipality of Rotterdam, because there is a new plan for implementing new green spaces in the city of Rotterdam. So try to guide according to this analysis in order to prevent additional displacement of people. So we've been developing 3 literature reviews. I'm going to focus on the first one, that is the concept of luxury effect and green gentrification. So the concept of luxury effect means that usually higher level of biodiversity are concentrated in richer neighborhoods. So this is the main concept. And then I'm going to show the main results that are consisting in the gaps, the definition of a multi-methodological approach, and also some criteria to analyze the city of Rotterdam. These are the steps that I've been developing for the literature review. I've been concentrating mainly on the European studies. Why? We know already that the US conditions are completely different from the one that are our cities actually. And also because actually the concept of luxury effect was born in the US, and there are not so many studies in the European context. So that is why I would like to focus and to understand in order to better explore give guidelines about it. This is how the different studies have been developed. So I've been focusing in understanding which are the methodologies, which are the main results, and also if they've been using spatial analysis or only it was kind of literature review, interviews, or without understanding and analyzing the territory. Important things that are the how actually what I've been, let's say that are so maybe something that we knew before starting the analysis is that green projects are going to increase property values. And this is going to affect also the lifestyle of people because there is an unequal access to green spaces and exclusion of marginalized groups. So this is something that is, as I told you, is very specific of US condition, but also in European studies. What policy and governments they can do actually within the concept of urban planning, so they can try to find a solution in order to mitigate this kind of gentrification. And also social spatial analysis should be related to health impact in order to give additional information about the condition of people that is not only about income, but is also according to how they live and their general well-being. And it is important to study this kind of effect not only on a specific time, but it could be more effective to study the temporary scale, so how the data can change. This is, just a visualization of the analysis that I've been working before. Since the main topic was luxury effect, as you can see, luxury effect, green gentrification are the most important part. And as you can see, there are some classes that are going just to give you the idea about on which side and which perspective we are analyzing the topic. That is also the urban planning perspective in detail, because we are interested in giving guidelines to the municipality in order to understand what they can do in order to preserve and place. The main important is that are different. So it can range from qualitative methods, so interview, quantitative and spatial, combination of GIS, meta-analysis, so the hedonic prices, also econometric analysis, and also mixed methods. So that is why mixed methods are the most appropriate, the most coherent, because they're able to take into consideration quantitative, qualitative, and also the perception of people. What is in the actual studies? There is a lot of longitudinal studies, so as I told you, temporal scale. There are no possibility for replicate the analysis. They are very site-specific, so there is not the possibility of using the same framework for another context.
usually are top-down, so are not bottom-up, so the perception of people, the community-based approach are not very well analyzed. And also, there are very few studies that are focused on the health condition of population. So what we are proposing for protection, so which are the strategies that we can take according to the analysis of the literature review, is including, so this is what are the suggestions taken from the papers, including more affordable housing policies within the new planification, so the planning analysis, the kind of avoid this displacement by introducing additional affordable housing policies within the context, involvement, as I told you, of local community, but in the moment in which you are thinking about the planning and in the moment in which you are thinking about a new project. And then it's important also it's not only going to the project and but how it's sometimes you can have beautiful ideas, but when you're going to completely and then target the investment, because there are some that are experiencing this one in Italy, it's a hot topic nowadays, especially for example also for students. Future perspective analysis, more to show you later, is analyze how to kind of predict how can change the actual state of the art in order to prevent the displacement, introducing not only spatial analysis or spatial analysis or economic mixed analysis, and also into perception of people. So that is why, as I told you before, it is to also develop some specific survey to understand if the analysis that I'm developing in the city of Rotterdam actually is the same, a kind of correspondence with the perception of the people for what concerns the quality of the green spaces and also the accessibility. And then, of course, the topic of the climate change and also how climate is going to influence this kind of results. Practical steps, as you can see, we are going to collect socioeconomic data. We have to analyze the health and well-being indicators. We are going to conduct community-based research and the evaluation of our urban policies. These are the kind of initial framework that we are analyzing. So we are taking into consideration three main aspects. So the EIS provisions, so ecosystem services, social factors that are including also the health condition, and then the economic factors. This one is going to give an answer according to how and if the city of Rotterdam is experiencing a green gentrification and which are the factors that are influencing mainly the green gentrification. And we took as a reference years 2014, from 2014 to 2024, because in these 10 years, actually, there were being developed new policies for implementing the green spaces. So we can actually see if green spaces are affecting actually this kind of dynamic. And the city, of course, the case study is the city of Rotterdam. This is what we are starting to do. In the other session, there is Max that is actually presenting the result of this analysis about the implication of green spaces for what concerns the climate condition of the cities. These are the criteria that we are considering that are actually based also according to availability of data, that you can imagine that if we are moving on different horizon time, it's not possible to have all the time the same data. So this is why we have to filter some of them, that we are moving from concept of socio-demographic, also we have the information about the value of the properties and also the moment in which they've been realized. And this one is going to be mixed according to the percentage for each area of presence of green spaces. This is what we are doing, as I told you. So we are analyzing green areas. These are just some examples about how change from 2014 and 2024 the different criteria. So we have already some visualization about this one is about percentage of people that are older than 65 years old. So more fragile population, the market value of the different buildings, and the density of the environment. To understand this part of the data
property values and also descriptive analysis and data to different horizons. We are going to start which are the correlation of some specific criteria and also the green arcs. And then we're going to use the idea is to create a kind of composite index. I don't know if it is important, it is something that can advance analysis, but in order to understand also the behavior of the different neighborhood, in order to maybe with a high score, then to conduct to see if that corresponds to the perception of the. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Marta, for this presentation. So I ask the audience online and in the room if is there any questions?
Questions come from your part of the actually of the implementation and also the application in the other room in 5 minutes. So if you want to come with me, you are invited.
Maybe even.
No, but she has to come, but we can discuss.
Okay, I have just a curiosity. Interaction.
Yeah, yeah, because now I've been collecting. There is also the problem of the scale. Because in this program, they are working with different postcode, and there are 3 levels of postcode. So I'm working on the level in between, but the postcode from 2014 and 2024 changed, of course. Okay. So now I'm creating kind of a matrix, is 1 hectare, and then I'm going to give the average value of the postcode to the hectare. So this is what I'm doing now. Then the next step is to try to understand if there is a correlation, then I'm going on with the analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Except for what you found out in the literature about the strategy to reduce this, to prevent. I think it will be the final step of the work. Do you have any idea of the possible strategy?
But you know that this is something that I will present in the other room. But in the actually in Italy, there is a reverse luxury effect actually, because how cities are actually rise, it is influencing the presence of green spaces. So this is something that we are running in research topic, the layout of the city, the morphological aspect, how the morphological aspect is affecting actually the presence of green spaces. Because you can see that the historical part of the city are very consolidated, and the presence of maybe there is a park, but usually there are not so many green areas within the city itself. So usually I've been studying Turin and Milano, and actually there is a higher level of biodiversity on the outskirts of the cities, where the value of the properties is lower actually, and also are living people with a lower income. So this is something that I think we have to take into consideration, and then it's kind of changing also what I'm explaining here, because city by cities, this is something that actually it is different. I'm not sure if social housing can prevent it. This is something that it's still a critical analysis. I'm not sure about also, not about what I've been explaining now, but I'm still thinking about what we can do in order to avoid the gentrification. I mean, I think this is something that we cannot avoid completely, but we can kind of rallentare. So try to not slow down. Because I think that there are some dynamics that anyway are changing the cities, and this is something that we cannot avoid completely or prevent completely. But maybe we can slow down a little bit. This is what I think maybe. But also my thoughts is evolving time by time.
Okay.
Sorry, Federico, can you hear me?
Your next presentation. Yes.
Okay, so from home, we didn't listen to Marta's presentation, but we have seen the slide. In any case, very interesting. No, I wanted to add something to confirm what Marta was saying, because I'm conducting some hedonic pricing models in the Lombardy region context, and I agree that maybe this luxury effect that is typical from the US literature in Italy is something that is quite hidden. For the reasons that Marta was explaining. So it's a kind of confirmation of what Marta was saying. Only this.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Marco. Okay, we can move to the further of this session. I invite Marianna Camerot to share the screen in order to present the work's title, Integrated Strategic Approach for Sustainable Urban Planning Applied to the Milan Rogoredo Case Study.
Yeah, we are three to present. Giulia Bongiovanni present our presentation.
Okay.
Okay. And can you hear me?
Can you share the screen, please? Yeah.
Yeah, but Giulia Bongiovanni share the screen.
Okay.
Okay, but
Giulia, can you try to share the screen, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. We will see your screen now. Please open the presentation in full mode if possible. We are seeing the ICCSA webpage now.
we have some problems. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I would start to say good afternoon to everyone. We are truly grateful to participate in this session of this conference, and thanks for accepting our research. And we are three to present today, and we are Giulia Bongiovanni, Mariana Camerota, that's me, and Valentina Giustinelli. Okay. I see the presentation. You see?
Yeah. 50
Okay.
minutes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We are 50 years students of the master degree in architectural engineering at Politecnico di Milano, and with our professors Francesco Pittao and Giorgia Sugoni, we are presenting our research topic today, and it is titled Integrated Strategic Approach for Sustainable Urban Planning Applied to the Milan Rogoredo Case Study. This study is a part of our master's thesis work on the implementation of urban mining strategies for the design of circular buildings. The project site was chosen based on the Il Bosco della Musica design competition in Milan Rogoredo, won by Studio 77, which involves the construction of the new Giuseppe Verdi Conservatory campus. Can we change the slide, please? Okay. Giulia? Okay. to manage the complex dynamics that arise in the cities. Spatial planning uses analysis tools that allowed for the evaluation of the impact of urban choices and the definition of sustainable development strategies. Among these tools, particular reference is made to, like we see, SWOT plus TIP with dynamic SWOT, the stakeholders analysis, scenario building, and multi-criteria analysis. And these tools were all applied in the Milan Rogoredo case study, highlighting how planning tools of this type are particularly effective for the territorial regeneration of urban context, faces significant environmental and social challenges. The Rogoredo district is located in a municipality 4 in the suburban area southeast of the city of Milan, like we see, therefore in the capital of Lombardy in Italy. Its importance lies in the presence of the station and the wide availability of strategic connections, and which makes the area subject to constant urban transformation. Also due its proximity to the Santa Giulia district, which will host the site of the upcoming Milan Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics. The study process began with a territorial analysis of the site using SWOT tools, complemented by dynamic SWOT. And thanks to this, it was possible to identify the characteristics of the territory and then develop goals, strategies, and actions within a strategic scenario that can improve the inertial or current urban condition. Concurrently, a stakeholders analysis was conducted to identify all involved actors and their level of involvement. And these two analyses converge in the formulation of the scenario building, composed of 3 alternatives, and these alternatives are then analyzed using criteria and sub-criteria, comparing in pairs until the optimal scenario is obtained. The stakeholders analysis offers an overview of the involved subjects classified by level, type, and phase of participation. In this case, the stakeholders are divided into national with the ministries, regional represented by the Lombardy region and the ARPA, and the last one, local, which includes the municipality of Milan, the design group, the project manager, communication and marketing companies, the construction company, and the testers. The table highlights in which project phases each actor is involved from the beginning to the final phase, and specify the type of interest, like political, bureaucratic, special interest, general interest, and experts. To support the analysis, we use the power interest matrix that helps to establish how to manage different stakeholders based on their influence and the level of interest. And the social network analysis shows the relationships between the main actors. And in this case, the project manager is in a key position to coordinate activities among the design team, companies, testers, and other stakeholders.
The SWOT analysis, which provided a framework for understanding the local context, was broken down into categories in line with the STIP analysis principles. This allowed for a more in-depth exploration of the external macroenvironmental factors influencing the area, with a particular focus on mobility, economy, environment, technology, and society. After that, we created a dynamic SWOT to connect the 4 groups of SWOT elements We did this by making binary comparisons to see how much each element influenced the others. This process showed us which elements have a very positive influence on the context and are also positively influenced by it. For example, public transport showed a very positive trend, unlike the lack of services in the neighborhood, which showed the opposite trend. From here, we have created a strategic plan with goals, strategies, and actions. Our main goals are environmental sustainability, social inclusion, integration with the urban context, and accessibility and educational and cultural innovation. The project will reach these goals by adding new public spaces and services like parking for bikes and electric scooters, and we will also organize public events to get the neighborhood involved. And also we plan to add renewable energy systems to the urban area and create large green spaces that can be used for education. Finally, we will partner with public groups to offer professional internships, psychological help, and support for vulnerable people. I think that Julia has connection problems, and I speak for her.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. The starting point of conducting the multi-criteria analysis is the construction of a hierarchical scheme that can link the goal of the design activity with the three previously identified alternative scenarios. Strategic scenario resulting from the implementation of the design actions. Tender scenario foresees what is envisaged by the contest winning project. And the inertial scenario pictures the total it's the urban context, how it is in this moment. The correlation between the goal and the alternative is established through the formulation of a set of criteria and sub-criteria, which are fundamental for evaluating the three envisaged scenarios, and are identified starting from the results of the SWOT plus STEEP analysis and the consequent strategic framework. Once the hierarchical structure was defined, the pairwise comparison phase began using comparison matrices in the SuperDecision software. The use of comparison matrices made it possible to quantify subjective judgments by assigning a value between 1 and 9, while always paying considerable attention to maintaining the level of inconsistency below the 10% accepted tolerance. Each matrix showed a different inconsistency index, so by computing the arithmetic mean of these indices, a value of 0.053 was obtained. The use of this methodology highlighted the strategic scenario characterized by its comprehensive social inclusion and environmental sustainability initiatives as the one which offered greater overall benefits. To summarize, this research presents an integrated methodological approach to the territorial analysis and urban planning of Milan Rogoredo as an effective guide for sustainability-oriented decision aiming for a regenerative circular economy in the urban context. The goal of the study focused on identifying the most advantageous option that for the redevelopment and the revitalization of the neighborhood, aiming to transform it into a new pole of attractiveness and social well-being for the city and its inhabitants. Given Rogoredo's peripheral condition characterized by recurrent transformative pressures, multi-level strategic planning proves to be essential. The process highlights how the initial diagnostic phases, SWOT plus STEEP, are fundamental for deeper systemic evaluations and for intervention with the real needs of the territory. To conclude, we recognize the need to expand the analysis with the sensitivity tests as a solution to increase the reliability and stability of the obtained results. Also, further research could include comparative studies with other neighborhoods or with the entire metropolitan area of Milan, focusing, for example, on the interactions between infrastructure, social inclusion, and economic revitalization. Thank you for your attention. And sorry about the problems of connection.
Don't worry.
If you want to do some question, we are ready
your
to.
presentation. Yes, I ask audience if there are any questions. Yeah, can you come here, please, Vanessa?
Thank you so much. It's interesting work. You have
Sorry,
presented
we don't listen well. Sorry.
I can write on the.
No, I think they are not listening to us because
Sorry.
they have the red. Wait, now we
Now
try
we are
them.
I think okay. Thank you.
Yes, maybe it's better to write it in the chat as she's doing.
Maybe for the audience, you can. Can you?
Yes, for the audience, I comment my question, even if they cannot hear me. What is the link between the most meaningful dependent and dependent variables obtained with the dynamic SWOT analysis and the link with the definition of the criteria and sub-criteria of their MCDA?
Okay, can you answer, please?
Yeah, the dynamic SWOT, it was the tools that can we use to compare the various situation in Milan Rogoredo case study, and with this comparison, we make the strategic scenario that it was the perfect scenario for us, but it's not so sure. In fact, with the multi-criteria analysis, we define this status. Because with the comparison with the tender scenario and the inertial scenario, we do this analysis. If
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if there is a.
I write another question in chat.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
How did you define the interactions among criteria of the SWOT?
And if you validated this value that you included in this dynamic SWOT, that is a very interesting approach.
We made a comparison between all the criteria, and we made a value, and we try to this value. Sorry. And so we compared the criteria, and we saw if these have a positive comparison or negative between the criteria.
and how you define these values or the intensity of the values?
If the criteria was influenced positively, we made a high value, and if there wasn't a positively influenced, we made a low value between the criteria.
Any other questions? I don't think so. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I leave the floor to Marco, share the second part of this third session.
Okay, thank you, Federico. I hope you can hear me also from the room. So we can move to the next presentation that is done by Federica Cicalese, Michele Grimaldi, Isidoro Fasolino from the University of Salerno, and the title is Measuring Settlement Efficiency, Application to an Urban Regeneration. I don't know who will...
Are the authors in the room?
Yes, they should be in the room.
Okay, the author are absent.
Okay, so I don't know.
Maybe we can go ahead
go.
with the next.
I don't know if Alessia is ready. Alessia, are you here?
Yes, I'm in.
Okay, perfect. So we move to the next presentation. The title is Private-Public Partnership for the Valorization of Cultural Heritage, Evidence from Case Studies. The presentation is held by Alessia Crisapulli together with Francesca Torrieri, together with Francesca Torrieri from Politecnico di Milano. So I leave the floor to Alessia. You can share your screen.
Yeah. I try to... Finestra.
Okay.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, perfect.
Perfectly.
So if you go in full presentation mode.
Now I try to...
Maybe it doesn't work. I don't know.
Mostrami cosa sto condividendo. If I do something like this, can you see the full screen?
No.
Oh.
We still see the PowerPoint.
Okay,
screen.
otherwise you can reduce the column or the miniatures.
Yeah, of course. In this way, maybe
yes,
it's better for you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Alessia, I remind you that you have 15 minutes. So if we stay on time since we are a bit late. Okay.
Yeah, yes. Can you see everything? Yeah.
Yes, you can go.
I can start. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Alessia Crisopulli. I'm a PhD candidate at Politecnico di Milano. And today I'll present you an overview of a literature review about public-private partnership for the valorization of cultural heritage. Okay. I start from the definition and the evolution of this concept, and then I'll show you briefly a case study that we have analyzed during this month with the Professor Torrieri and Rossitti. And we can start saying that a public-private partnership is an innovative way for the public sector to collaborate with the private entities to manage, maintain, and develop cultural heritage. This type of collaboration is fundamental due to the fact that the public sector has an important lack of resources, and so it's very useful for them to use the resources and knowledge of private entities. During these years, many laws in the past have established the basis of this type of collaboration. For example, we can talk about the Rocky Law in 1993, that it's like a collaboration that consider the delegation of services. Another one is in 2004, the Green Paper of European Commission, PPP as a cooperative arrangements. And then in the last years, we can say in 2023, PPP is considered by the contract code as an economic cooperation between the public sector and the private ones, like a long-term contractual relationship. This type of contracts include the co-financing model, where the private capital is complemented by public funding mechanisms, and an active involvement of the private sector in multiple stages, from the design and financing phase to the construction, operation, and maintenance one. And at the end, the risk-sharing mechanisms, that means that all the risk about the financial and operational phases are distributed between the private and the public sectors. There are a lot of different types of public-private partnership, such as the concession for valorization, sponsorship, special public-private partnership, the public-private people partnership, the leasing contract, and the typical contract. All these type of collaboration types are different mode of collaboration between the parties involved. For example, if we talk about the concession, we can say that this is a contract involving a pecuniary interest between the public and the private entities, in which the public sector entrusts the private one with the executing works and managing services. While if I talk about another one, such as the sponsorship, this one, on the other hand, is a contract where the private one economically, we can say, contribute to public initiatives. So in this case, the aim, the benefit of the private entities is to increase its visibility, linking its brand to a cultural asset. In addition to this consideration, we have, why it doesn't work? No? Yes? In addition to this consideration, a literature review was done to better understand and to identify significant Italian PPP practices, and to highlight both positive and negative trends in this type of collaboration. We have used both scientific databases like Scopus and Google Scholars, and also Gray Literature Review and web sources. From this analysis, we have found 55 main case studies, and analyzing these ones, we can say that the evolution of PPP over the time is increasing the number of case studies and models like this, and we can say that in the last 10 years, more or less, a lot of are examples like this. And one of the most used collaboration practices are the special public-private partnership. This type of collaboration is like a contract that ensures public access to cultural heritage and promotes scientific research applied to its preservation. If we look at the Italian peninsula, it's possible to notice that three are the main cities where these type of contracts are established: Rome, Milan, and Naples. And this is really important, because this reveals that there is a tendency to operate in areas with more prosperous economic situation. In this sense, public-private partnerships are useful for facilitating the adaptive reuse and the long-term maintenance of cultural assets, but at the same time, these are facing with several challenges due to the complex contractual structures, and there's still a need to have evaluation frameworks that follows the entire decision-making process. Now, if we look, I don't know why, yeah.
Okay, we were seeing the slide about Matera. So if you go, okay,
yeah.
Now we see it. Okay.
Perfect. Now, let's examine the real case study, as I said before, the Matera city. Matera is a city inside the Basilicata region in Italy. And the specific part we analyzed was the Sassi of Matera, that it's a part of the city built entirely out of the rocks over hundreds of years, starting in the prehistoric times. And we have studied also the historical framework, and it's important also because it's one of the Italian UNESCO sites. The law 771 in 1966 established the sub-concession mechanism, which is still in use. The aim of this concession is to protect and prevent this cultural heritage asset, giving at the same time local businesses and inhabitants an active role in this process. One of the main selection criteria for the private entities was to be the owner of a residential asset or an activity inside the city. So this requirement has two as dual purpose. We can say that on one hand, in this case, the selection is about Matera residents, but at the same time, it's like a systemic approach to recovering the Sassi by enabling private individuals expanding their activities and improving the maintenance of heritage properties. To be assigned the private entities must present a recovery project that clearly defines the objective possible actions and estimate the intervention costs. About the costs, sometimes the public administration can cover up to 50% of the total cost. From this, beside this consideration, we have studied a specific case in the Sassi of Matera, that is the Sasso Cavioso, where we have selected an area where we have a restaurant business owned by a private entrepreneur through the granting of subconcession for public property neighboring the existing restaurant. We have selected 3 different scenarios about this model, and for the first one is the enhancement concession with contribution. In this sense, the public sector try to help the private entities covering part of the cost of the renovation intervention. The second scenario was the enhancement concession without contribution. This means that the private entities cover all the part of the costs. And the last one is the third scenario, that is the enhancement lease. That this means that the private part pays for a rental fee, and in this sense, the private needs to pay the fee and bears all the renovation costs. We have studied the economical convenience about these 3 scenarios, and what we have found is that the first and the second scenarios are the more convenient for both the parts, and the main one, the better one for both of them is the second one, because it can achieve the objective of the private entities and the public ones. For the private entities is the maximum profit, as we know, and for the public one is to enhance the cultural heritage situation. In conclusion, we can say that Matera is a good example of how public-private partnership can help the public sector manage cultural heritage assets, and public-private sectors have emerged as an effective tool for addressing these challenges and by offering solutions that integrate economic sustainability and cultural conservation.
Okay, Alessia, thank you for this interesting presentation. I want only to add that this part about the case study of Matera has been also published on in an open access paper, so if you're interested, you can also read through it. And I don't know if there is any question from the audience in the room or online.
There is a question from the room. Is Giulio Camille, please?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if in your literature review you also consider the pact for the shared administration of the common goods from Lapsus and Italian framework. I don't know if it was something that you have considered also, or if there was any example or case study from that. That's it.
No, non ho capito.
In Italian is le patti per la gestione comune dei beni pubblici.
No, we have not considered it in our literature review, this kind of agreement, but it was a first literature review, so we will try to expand it, and maybe this is an interesting suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another question. I saw in your presentation, okay, that you presented the trends of private-public partnership during the years, right?
Yeah, maybe we can go there. Yeah, this
Have
one.
you found? Yeah, have you found any correlation with I don't know, some measure or program promoted by the government to different level, from the national or European, national or regional, that promote this kind of partnership?
Yeah. Maybe we can talk about the UNESCO, like UNESCO level, that it's international. And we have done a review of all the, I don't remember the name, the
Management plan.
Yeah, management plans, and we have saw that that one of the most used is also in that case the sponsorship and the special public-private partnership, and so it's like recurrent data. But I don't know if I have answered to the question.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any other question, comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Alessia.
Thank you.
For your presentation and your answer.
Federico, the previous the author of the previous presentation are not in the room, right?
Yes, she's arrived. She's arrived.
Okay. So we can come back to that presentation. Okay.
Yes, but we have a problem with the the screen. It's totally blue. Okay. I have tried, but I didn't solve the problem. I can try with my laptop. I don't know if it works. Ah, sì, sì, questo. Eccolo. Okay. So please. So I invite the next presenter to take the floor. Federica Cicalese.
Sì.
That share with us the presentation. Sorry, Marco.
No, don't you worry. You can go. It's better. You are in the room. Don't you worry. So the title of the. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Measuring settlement efficiency application to an urban regeneration. So the floor is yours. So 15 minutes.
Okay. For the schermo intero.
Sorry, we cannot see the screen now. I don't know if you are shared.
No, non credo. Non so se già
Marco, can you confirm that you see the screen now?
Yes, now we can see it. Perfect. Now it works. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Sorry for the delay. And I'm Federica Cicalese, a PhD student at the Department of Civil Engineering of the University of Salerno. And today's contribution is about urban regeneration, and in particular about methodology that we are developing on the possibility to measure settlement efficiency. The starting point of my presentation is, of course, the climate change that, as we know, is now widely recognized as one of the most complex and pervasive challenges of our time. And the effects are now evident and particularly affect urban settlements, where over 70% of European population lives. Cities are also responsible for 78% of the world's energy consumption, and more than 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from urban areas. But at the same time, they are also among the most vulnerable systems, exposed to heat waves, urban flooding, pollution, and loss of biodiversity. So this climate crisis requires a dual response: mitigation on one hand to reduce emissions, and adaptation to, on the other hand, to increase the resilience of the urban space. So in this framework, cities become both the problem and the solution. And it's here that the role of urban planners become crucial, because it's they who have the responsibility, but also the opportunity to design more resilient, equitable, and sustainable environments. To do this, they need integrated tools, a long-term vision, and the ability to read the urban systems as a complex system, so to have a holistic view. In this framework, so the urban regeneration fits in as a systemic and scalable response. In literature, we find different definition. For some, it's consists of structure. For others, is a moves beyond territory promoting the integration of nature and city, urban and challenge. Is level impact with the sustainable development sustainable community and so on the right see the wheel with the goals and targets which would be advanced to urban regeneration. Furthermore, it's also present in different nation plans and accessibility public important issue that which we are now addressing in research. So is to develop a methodology for assessing settlement efficiency to support the effects of urban how to do this? Identify that pre-settlement as a neighborhood, a new that's is to develop operational that is more consciously projects, a flexible tool, so adaptable to different urban contexts, using an integrated approach. The methodology relies on several steps. First of all, the urban device measurement, then the construction of different project scenarios, and the composite index. We identified different practices, in particular from an extensive review of an extensive literature review and from the study of best practices on eco-neighborhoods. Then qualitative and quantitative indicators have been identified for the measurement and to obtain a comprehensive evaluation of the performance of each urban device and to assess the success and efficiency of specific design choices, an equal number of performance bands were established with threshold values derived from existing literature when available. Based on the nature of the criteria, these urban devices were grouped into three homogeneous areas. The natural capital, that's related to ecosystems and biodiversity, artificial capital, in which we considered buildings, roads, and infrastructure, and social capital, related to the interaction between established communities. We considered three we have water function and capital all these human such as mobility, air, waste, and water management. Then, and this is PowerPoint. Okay. Then a table has been created for each of capital. Here, for simplicity and brevity, I present only the one related to the natural one. So we have the urban devices, a brief description, of course, the indicators, each one related to the corresponding urban device, the unit of measure, and the desired direction of the indicator, of course, whether it should be minimized or maximized related based on the specific goals that we want to achieve. And subsequently, performance ranges were defined for each indicator, and the corresponding scores were assigned, allowing us to translate the to 3 insufficient value, while most allow the scenario. These scenarios are differentiated by design choices involving surfaces, volumes, roofs, and of course urban devices. The baseline scenario, the scenario 0, represents the design choices in the study area resulting from the simple application of the prescription and parameters in the technical in which the area is located. Then we have scenario 1 in there is an improvement of efficiency index in making. And then we have the last scenario where we manage to design interventions to be implemented in the long term. The last phase of the methodology concerns the definition of a settlement efficiency index. This is a key parameter to evaluate the overall performance of the scenarios developed in the previous stage. This index can be evaluated through the weighted sum of the 3 indices, each related to the capital, where EIK is calculated as shown on the slide. So the scores for each capital were normalized to allow an internal comparability. And double stay for the weights assigned to the 3 capital, but I have to underline that at this stage and next in the application, equal weights were assigned to all capitals, giving so each domain the same level of importance. So this is
Sorry,
the application.
Federica, can you hear me?
Sì, yes.
Since there are still 5 minutes, I ask you to go quicker to the conclusion, okay? Otherwise, we cannot
Okay.
stay in the time. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'll go faster. So this is the application in Nocera Inferiore in southern Italy. This is a case of urban regeneration in an area occupied by disused industrial complex. And so we have drawn up the scenario 0 following the prescription, as I said before. And this is the table with the measurement and the score. And this is the value obtained for this scenario. So we have the efficiency index related to each capital, and the sum give us the total efficiency index of the scenario. Then was developed the scenario 1 with some intervention and introduction of different urban devices such as urban garden, an intermodal node, and different type of photovoltaic roofs and green roofs, and table and the index. And this is the last scenario in which there is a general improvement of the urban devices of scenario 1. And this is an example of the improvement, and so this is the evolution of the cycle path across the 3 scenarios. Okay, So going to the results, the analysis of the three scenarios offered the opportunity to assess how efficient the different urban configurations are. And so in conclusion, I go to the conclusion. The model is conceived as a tool for monitoring urban planning decisions, the effects of planning and choices quantitatively understandable. What makes this methodology interesting is the ability to move beyond strategy, and it doesn't just define what to do and why, but takes a step further into the how. And this is possible thanks to the choice of the scale, that's the neighbor scale, because it's at this level that the planning becomes operational and that the tools can be applied and the indicators can be truly controllable. Of course, the methodology has some limitations, but we are now addressing it. And of course, the usefulness of the methodology emerges only when it becomes part of the urban planning process itself. So this is the general aim. And thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Federica. I don't know if you can hear me from the room. Yes?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I don't know if there is any question from the room or also from online.
In the room, I think no.
Yes.
Yes.
One.
No. Yes.
Curiosity, and I have to come near the laptop. Marco, I'm Vanessa, and I am question for the speaker. If you can go to the slide, you resume the
and this is just a choice in the formula of the efficiency index, because we decided to normalize the to each capital. So if you can see that the efficiency EIK that's related to each capital normalized from and it goes from 0 to 1, and so that the total efficiency index can be assumed is 3, because in 1 plus. And this stage, this is a choice that we made, but of course we can choose to normalize also this part of the calculation, so to obtain a range from 0 to 1.
Yes, just a suggestion. For this ongoing evolutive step, I understand why you have chosen to set the equal weights. Perhaps for clearer visualization, you can renormalize the indices just to have let's say a better visualization of the ranking.
But yes,
and then for the next step for the future, when you will apply to the real case study, maybe you could have the possibility to vary the weights according to the specific characteristics of the area.
Yes. But now we are already working on it, on the assignment of weights and of the normalization. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Federica, I have a small
question.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
There is another question in the room.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Marco?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
I cannot hear you. Federico, can you hear me?
We can use Yes.
Okay. I cannot hear you well. I think there is a disconnection issue that doesn't help.
Can you hear me?
Not well. Now I listen to your question,
Okay.
but okay, now maybe it's better. Try now.
Okay, there is
Okay. There is another question from the room.
Can you? Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I had a small question. Actually, for you. But I was wondering, what's the target for the application? I mean, who's the final user of this index? Because it's quite straightforward to use a weighted sum. But my question is, depending on the final user of the tool, would it be were you considering also other types of aggregation, such as different from just the weighted sum in terms of understanding the interaction, for example, of indicators?
The final user is the planners. We want to develop a tool usable by planners, and no, we don't consider another type of aggregation, but maybe could be an I don't know, an idea to. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Marco?
Okay. Yes, I'm here. I have only a very brief small comment, a suggestion to Federica. I suggest you to check for the correlation among the selected indicators, because especially for the natural indicators, I don't know if there is any correlation that could, high correlation that could bring some issues of double counting in your evaluation. Only a suggestion for the future, check for it. Maybe you have already done it. So only suggestion about this. Now we can move to the next presentation. I don't know if you agree.
Thank you.
Okay. Federico, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. It's the last, so we can do it. I don't open my camera because I think it's a mess. If I open my camera, the connection will lost. So we can go to the last presentation. The title is an integrated MCA GIS framework for ground-mounted solar photovoltaic site selection, methodological proposal for the Italian context. The presentation, this contribution is presented by Caterina Caprioli, Federico Dell'Anna, and Francesco Fiermonte from Politecnico di Torino. I leave the floor to you. I don't know who starts, if Caterina or Federico.
I think Federico, but first of all, can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, Caterina, yes.
Okay.
Perfectly.
Okay.
So I can start. So today we will share this research performed by me, Caterina Caprioli, and Francesco Fiermonte, in which we experimented the multi-criteria analysis, the spatial multi-criteria analysis, in order to identify the suitable site location for the installation of ground-mounted solar photovoltaic. This is a very preliminary research. We are a very preliminary step of the research. This is the outline of the presentation. First, I will present the context of the research, the motivation, and the challenges that we have to face. After the research question and the gap that we found reading the literature review, after we will propose a new framework that combine the multi-criteria analysis with GIS. And finally, we will present another literature review just to identify the criteria to take in consideration in this kind of analysis. And the future implementation, the future step of this research. So, okay, what is the context? For sure, we know that the European Commission set some goals that aim to climate neutrality by 2015. Okay, and in order to achieve this goal, the massive installation of renewable energy sources is required. And in particular, we focus in this research to the ground-mounted photovoltaic panel. But the implementation of these technologies face with different challenges. First of all, the high construction cost of this infrastructure, the long lifetime of this technology, the difficulty in the different the complexity of this technology. They take in consideration technical aspect, environmental aspects, social acceptability, and economic factors. And finally, but last but not least, it is important to take in consideration also the different regulation, okay, that are set at a different level, from the international level to the local level, the municipality level. So we would like to take in all of these aspects in consideration in order to provide a tool in order to identify the best location for this technology. Okay, we found in the tool that we have available in Italy a platform that is named Piattaforma Aree Idonee, that is proposed SE, that is the company that manages the energy system in Italy. This platform provides a visualization. It is a very basic layer visualization. It is possible to install this technology. Possible to install this technology. It is just a platform that say yes or no. Okay, and we identify different limitations of this tool, like for example the lack of multi-criteria integration. Okay, the stakeholder preference modeling. Okay, and the prioritization capability of this tool. Okay, because for this installation, this technology, it is very useful to understand where it is necessary to install before in order to obtain more benefit compared to other solutions. So we identified these 4 research questions: how to develop a sophisticated decision support framework that go beyond the platform that already exists, okay? Which multi-criteria analysis is the most suitable in order to face this problem? What are the criteria that is necessary to consider in this model, okay, that are not yet included in the platform of the GSE, and how to model stakeholder preferences and include these preferences in the decision problem. Okay, so starting from this research question, we identify the primary goals that we have to answer, like for the identification, for example, the multi-criteria technique, more frequently used for solar photovoltaic panel site location. Okay, map the different indicators and criteria that are useful for this problem, in particular in the European context, okay? And after understand how construct a general framework that allows us also to replicate the analysis in different contexts. First of all, we performed a literature review in order to understand which are the most common multi-criteria analysis approaches used in this kind of research. And we focus just on European study. because the Europe have similar, for example, energy policy, renewable energy policy, similar regulation for environmental protection, similar morphology of the of our territories. And we used for now the database of Scopus and these keywords in order to define the papers that already faced this problem. The original set of papers that we identified is 96. We added some filter in order to just find approach that mixed multi-criteria analysis and GIS system in order to provide the spatial analysis. And finally, we just found 22 European studies. From the we identify the most common approach that are mixed with GIS. HP is common approach, like 45% of the study used this approach, 25% used Topsys approach, 10% the Prometheus methods, and 5% electric methods. The rest of 50% used an hybrid approach, maybe, for example, an approach to develop multi-criteria analysis, an approach to define the weights. Okay. But in the literature, we didn't identify any study that applied the multi-attribute value theory. And we found this gap in this literature that we want to solve. In particular, because we analyze the different disadvantage of the approach that we already used in the analysis, like the subjective pairwise comparison of AHP, the ranking consistency of the Topsys, because it is just based on a linear relationship, the complexity parameter settings for Prometheus and Electra approaches. So, using the multi-attribute value theory, we try to overcome this disadvantage by the construction of a value function, performed an analysis that allowed to compensate the trade-off of the costs and the benefits included in the analysis, and the multi-attribute value theory allows also to integrate the stakeholder integration. And basing this framework on the multi-attribute value theory, we try to solve all of these, or at least most of the disadvantage of this approach that we identify in the literature.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving to the methodological proposal and consider all the elements highlighted by Federico. Due to the multiple aspects in play and stakeholders and their different perspective, the evaluation procedure has to include these different aspects that are often conflicting and the opinion and preferences of these different stakeholders in a comprehensive framework. So at the same time, the strong location dependence of ground-mounted photovoltaic panel requires an analysis that is based on a strong locational dependence that requires the integration of spatial dimension into the evaluation procedure. So for this reason, the implementation of an integrated evaluation methodology seems particularly beneficial in addressing the complexity of these issues and keeping decision maker with the necessary tools to formulate comprehensive responses to the different challenges faced by territories and cities. And in this context, spatial multi-criteria analysis seems particularly suitable since assist at the same time the decision maker in the generation of geographical alternatives, integrated geographic data, and consider the stakeholder preferences and uncertainties. And this process also fosters stakeholder dialogue and mitigates conflicts by providing a clear and accessible representation of suitable and unsuitable area in the resulting maps. Here you can see the main step for conducting our spatial multi-criterial analysis. The analysis starts with the definition of the problem, so mainly the clarification of the objective of the evaluation and the identification of the criteria. Then a data acquisition and elaboration phases to generate the criteria maps and conduct analysis on the data, such as distance analysis or density analysis. Then a normalization phase through multi-attribute value theory in particular is then required to make maps comparable and to merge them. And the process ends with the consultation of the expert and stakeholder to identify the importances of the different criteria that must be included in the final step to produce the suitability maps of the territory. For the purpose of our contribution, the aim of the evaluation should be expressed as to find the most suitable location of ground-mounted photovoltaic panel in Italy, and in order to support also priority intervention. Then, according to our evaluation aim in the context of the analysis, the main stakeholders involved are the landowners and land users, local and national authorities, electricity providers, investors, local communities, environmental organizations, construction companies and suppliers, planners, operators, and eventually research bodies and universities. Also, as anticipated by Federico, multi-attribute value theory is proposed as the most suitable multi-criteria technique on the basis of its capacity to explicitly construct a value function and ensuring consistent and compensatory trade-off between the criteria. In particular, multi-attribute value theory support in our spatial multi-criteria analysis the normalization phase through the value function that can both include the expert and the stakeholder opinions and the information and target provided by documents, regulatory framework, and bibliographic references on the specific topics. And finally, for the criteria identification that must take into account the multiple aspects also mentioned before. But now I leave again the floor to Federico according to the literature review.
Sorry, Federico, you have 3 minutes left. So I ask you to go faster.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, for today, we are able just to present the results of the literature review in terms of indicators that are used in the papers that we analyzed in the European context. And we identified, go to the next, please. Okay. 52 indicators from the 22 European studies that we clusterized in 4 domains that can be very useful in order to evaluate this kind of project. Because these domains are able to consider environmental, technical, economic, legal, social, physical, geographic, so the morphology of the land, natural hazard, and cultural value that is necessary to preserve. So for now, we are just identify these criteria that for sure need a selection, in order to be included in the multi-criteria analysis. And we will apply the multi-attribute value theory. So we will identify the indicators that are quantifiable, in qualitative or in quantitative scale. We will define the value function with the help of experts, and probably we use a more sophisticated approach in order to define the shape of the value function. And finally, we will evaluate the weights of the criteria, also in this case with the help of different experts with the different expertise.
And to go to the end, according to the proposal explained, we see 2 measures. Oh, sorry, Federico.
No, sorry, just to say that, just to say that in order to align these tools that we wanted to create we will also analyze in depth the key national legislative instruments, okay, that come from higher levels like the European levels and that are received by more local levels, like the national level, the last legislative decree of 2024 that preserve, for example, the agricultural land and align the project of the photovoltaic panel to the national recovery plan.
Yes, and to go to the end, as mentioned before, according to the proposal explained, we see two major implementation opportunities. The first one, the Piedmont region pilot project, in which we plan area-wide validation of our spatial multi-criterial analysis that will involve a multiple stakeholder workshop with regional authorities and energy planner. And on the other end, the GSE platform integration through our framework. This platform could enhance Italy official piattaforma idonee, integrating multi-attribute value methodology and to analyze the suitability mapping to incorporate systematic stakeholder preferences. We don't have much time to explain and to focus on conclusion, future perspective, but okay, we have mentioned most of them in previous slides, so thank you. And if you have questions, we are here for answering you. Thank you.
So thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. I don't know if there is any question from the room, from the audience, or also online if someone want to make a question.
There is a question.
Okay.
Okay, so Caterina, can you share the screen again?
Okay. But I cannot see you. Okay.
Yeah, turn it off for.
Okay.
Go to the indicator slides.
Okay. This or this one? This one is okay? Okay.
Can you enlarge a little bit?
There is not rest. I think that it's important in this framework an indicator about the landscape because the photovoltaic wind field.
Okay, so can you go to the previous one?
It's important, I think.
Okay, maybe here is better. The landscape visual impact are considered in the social dimension. Okay. Yeah. We identify the landscape in different dimensions. It's possible to identify also in the environmental. Yeah. No. Yeah, for now. Yeah. For sure. So the landscape constraints for sure, or landscape preservation are considered for sure in the legal dimensions, but also in the environmental and the social, according to the different perspective. So if, for example, taking consideration the social point of view, the acceptance of the population or the regulation that, okay. Okay.
Yes, if I can, in the application, the idea is maybe to revise the domains identified here. And so also the landscape visual impact could be moved to another domain, but here simply to organize a little bit the indicators in the different domain. We put the visual impact in the social aspect, but is an aspect underlined also in the slide that the cluster domain could be for sure revised for the application.
I have to something. For what concerns the value function,
Yeah.
thinking to use a relative scale, so to collect data, have minimum, maximum, so certain data for all the criteria, and then to realize the value function based on the collected data, or to create a kind of absolute. So considering also extra. So maybe the maximum could be a number that is not present in your collection of data, but it's something that can be performed.
Okay, I try to answer, Caterina. Okay, I don't know if you heard the question.
Yes.
Okay, well, so about the value function definition, we would like to try to define them like with the absolute value, also to allow a replication of the model in different contexts. Okay, and in particular, we would like to apply an approach that combine the play card game. Okay, once you define the different thresholds that can construct the value function, you can use the play card game in order to differentiate the level of the importance of the different thresholds in the normalization. Okay, so with this technique that is very recent, okay, and proposed by José Figueira, okay, we can construct a more robust value function, okay, that consider the expert opinion, okay. So we can consider in this way the expert opinion in two very important steps of the evaluation, in the value function and in the weights importance definition. Okay. Any other questions? No. With a glass of wine after.
Okay, so Federico, I think we can close this very tough session for the technical issue. Very interesting, but very difficult. So I don't know if you want to say something as a closing remark, since you are in the room and we are sure that in the room they can listen, because online we are few, so it makes no sense.
We will see tomorrow morning at 9 in the same room for the last session of MES 2025. So enjoy the social event this evening and see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Grazie, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.